Ya, está live.
¿Y aquella?
Ah, que había que hacerla por ahí, yo no sé. Déjame ver, a check it out.
Oh, fuck.
Esa sí que no sabemos. Dejamos esta para el carajo ya. A ver que esa es la única que está prendida.
Está en mute. Perfecto. So, esto después era
Eso,
cerrarlo, ¿no?
ciérralo. Apaga el audio aquí.
Is now All right, good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Good to see you all. We're ready to get started here. Just before we bring the jury in. State of Florida versus Abner Gonzalez. Would the parties announce, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. William Gonzalez on behalf of the state of Florida.
And Lauren Minier on behalf of the state of Florida.
Good morning, Your Honor. Jennifer Thornton on behalf of Mr. Gonzalez.
And Christine Alvarez on behalf of Mr. Gonzalez.
All right, and good morning, Mr. Gonzalez. What I want to do is have Chris swear, Madam Interpreter, for Mr. Gonzalez. We'll swear you both in, so we don't have to make any interruption. Thank you.
You solemnly swear affirm and interpret Spanish, English to Spanish, the questions asked, the answers given, and then you have the ability to do so.
I'm certified court interpreter.
All right, very good. Thank you. And then we could swear Mr. Thank you, Chris. If you would swear Mr. Abner Gonzalez in, please.
You solemnly swear affirm the testimony you give today to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, sir?
Yes.
All right, very good. And here's our other interpreter. Excellent. So let me swear well, I'll wait until the witness comes in to do that. So she can have a seat as well back over there. Join the interpreter crew. We have like half the interpreter's office here today. Right? There's 6 interpreters. We have 3 of them. Okay, very good. Thank you. All right. So, Ms. Thornton, you had a matter you wanted to address?
Yes, Judge, just briefly, as I was going through and reviewing everything yesterday, I know that I had stipulated to the state's motion in limine in which
Okay. All right. So find a better place that you can hear better.
so as I was reviewing things, I stipulated yesterday to the state's motion in limine in which there would be no mention of Mr. Gonzalez's remorse.
I'm sorry. Can you speak up a little bit?
How about this? I'm wondering, can we have maybe the Madam Interpreter sit up here? Or maybe sit in the seat right behind the gentleman, Mr. Gonzalez? There's a table there. It might be more comfortable for you. Well, I want you to be able to sit though, okay, very good. Thank you. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Counsel.
And I stipulated to the motion and said, basically what's good for the goose is good for the gander, that the state not mention anything about Mr. Gonzalez's remorse either. There is a written statement by Mr. Gonzalez that I believe the state intends on introducing, and it isn't translated to English, in which the first line is, "I apologize." So I would ask that those 2 words be redacted based on the motion in limine.
And Your Honor, first off, we have already about the translated document. Would Your Honor like a copy of it?
Do you have it translated?
Yes, Your Honor, I have like 8 copies.
All right. So why don't,
And I intend on stipulating to the translation.
that's
and
fine.
all of that.
Well, we need to address, I guess, the issue of, his is a statement against interest. Essentially, it's his statement. And it's an interesting question that you raise, and state, you can respond.
And Your Honor, the state's issue is that because the statement is in itself going to be admitted as evidence, if I can run this for a second, it's untranslated form as well, and those obviously the translated copy for the jury. The issue is that last minute redactions to documents kind of are extremely prejudicial to the state, and that it looks like we're trying to hide the ball. There's just going to be lines that are missing from the defendant's own words, from the defendant's own statements, that the state's not going to be able to explain to the jury about what has been redacted. I think that these are his own words. Well, we are in agreement in the remorse, and I think where we initially agreed yesterday is after this case kind of happens, there's a payment back of the money. That's what the state's willing to not go into as a sign of remorse. That's what both sides kind of agreed to yesterday as out of bounds as a post-remedial payment or as a sign of remorse. But the document itself in his own words, while he does say he apologizes, it's his own words is pretty critical to the case for us to be able to use this. We would think that redactions would be more prejudicial than harmful to the state as opposed to.
Yeah, I mean, when you discuss that, these are your client's words, and consciousness of guilt is also something that could be argued by the state based upon your client's own words.
I understand, Judge. The state saying that having portions missing from a statement is prejudicial. I mean, if my client were to write, "I just got out of jail last week," I think we would all agree that that should be redacted, and there would be a portion of the statement, whether it's written or recorded, that's missing. We redact defendant statements all the time. That just because there is a portion missing doesn't mean that it's prejudicial to the state.
No, I don't agree with that part of the argument, because We do redactions, as you said, all the time, portions of statements, both of witnesses and alleged victims and defendants. We do that all the time. And, you know, that's not the issue for me in reviewing it. The statement as a whole, statement against interest, I mean, I don't see a basis. I understand the defense argument. I'm going to deny the request to redact that part of the statement. I think that, you know, it's something that the state could argue, and fairly argue. You know, the post remedial attempts.
So I wanted to address that as well.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, understanding that I stipulated to the state's motion that I'm not going to get up here and say my client is very sorry for what he did.
Mhm.
I do think that the later payment of money back is relevant, and I did intend on questioning the victim about that.
Well, that brings up, that's a different issue.
Correct. And I only bring it up because the state said that we agreed that that was out of bounds, but I do not agree that that's out of bounds.
Well, your position is, and I understand why your position would change based upon my ruling about your client's statement of remorse, or whatever, however you want to interpret it. It could be interpreted many ways. And that would be for the jury to decide how to interpret that portion of your client's statement against interest, right? Your client, though, let me hear from the state in terms of post-charging actions or conduct or statements.
Your Honor, there's a specific portion of the evidence that says subsequent remedial measures are not admissible in court. That's exactly what this is, and it doesn't speak to any element of the crime. It speaks more to nullification. The victim was made whole, why do we care? If it doesn't speak directly to an element, and there's an evidence code rule specifically outlawing it, we see no reason why it should be brought into enforcement.
And Judge, I would like to review that code, but to respond. I apologize, I leave the microphone way too much. To respond without actually reviewing it just yet, it does go to an element of the crime. The state needs to prove that Mr. Gonzalez had felonious intent at the time of the taking, and that he has the intent to not either sell the car or give back the money. Our entire defense is that this was a breach of contract and that there was no felonious intent at the time of the taking. And for us to not be able to say that once, how do I explain this?
That your client's efforts afterwards.
Correct.
Okay, it's a different issue. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Of course, no, go
It's a
ahead.
different issue if your client chooses to testify. Okay, that would be a different issue, but it would be like his statements coming in of, you know, actions he takes at the time of the taking. It's not at the time of the taking, you see. So on the issue of his intent, which is part of the actually the standard jury instruction, I know you've asked for a special instruction. We can discuss that afterwards. I don't see that as admissible.
But Judge, the victim can get up here and testify that he received a check from Mr. Gonzalez for $1,800 and he cashed that check. That is not a statement from Mr. Gonzalez.
Okay.
And again, the subsequent remedial measures, as I'm reviewing it, is not admissible to prove negligence or culpable conduct, but this goes to the defense, to our affirmative defense.
Which is lack of intent at the time of the taking.
Right, but it goes directly to, again, an affirmative defense here.
What's the affirmative defense? That my client, that's not an affirmative defense that my client, after he's charged by the state, makes a payment. That's not an affirmative defense. I understand your argument, but I don't see where as an evidentiary basis, where that is an affirmative defense. It might be if this was a civil action, and this is not a civil action. So I don't see that unless your client gets up and testifies. I don't see how that is an affirmative defense or anything regarding, you know, and this gets into your request for the special instruction. My review of the standard instruction, I think, addresses the elements of the crime and what the burden is on the state in terms of proving elements of the crime. Your client doesn't have any burden to prove anything. It's the state that has to prove that your client had a felonious intent at the time of the events. That's, you know, your client's actions post being, you know, formally charged and accused. I don't see that as being relevant or material to any element of the crime or an affirmative defense. It's not an affirmative defense. So anything, Mr. Gonzalez, did you want to say anything more?
No, Your Honor, I think that's the same stuff.
All right. Now, let me ask you about the translation, Ms. Thornton. And I just want to be clear. So the certification I see is on the second page. You had a copy of the statement in Spanish.
Yes, Judge.
Okay,
And
And-
I received the translation as part of evidence.
okay. And I just wanted to make sure that there were no questions or issues with regard to that, because
Well, I think
there
the
may
issue
be
is that,
Spanish speakers, and they'll be instructed accordingly in terms of that they must rely on, so everyone relies on the same evidence. In terms of this is going to be the translation, I'm assuming that is going to be introduced as the exhibit.
Your Honor, the state's position is that the actual evidence should be introduced in the demonstrative for the jury to use. If Your Honor would like it the other way, we can certainly.
No, it's,
I've
okay,
just only ever seen it done in full candor of my experience. I've only ever seen it done that way, where the actual signed documents.
well, that document, but again, when it goes back to the jury, because it's going to be, the evidence is going to be in Spanish. They have to rely on the translation, the official certified translation, because some of them may speak Spanish, so they can't look at the document and say, interpret it themselves in reviewing that as part of the evidence. So, my thinking is that the document itself plus the translation is the evidence. I mean,
That's a question for the state. It's their case.
So
Your Honor, we certainly have no objection to the translation. If they're a package deal, they're a package deal. We can.
well, again, because ultimately they're going to review whatever evidence is introduced. They take it to the jury deliberations. And if they only have the Spanish document,
Yes, Your Honor.
if there are Spanish speakers, again, I mean, I give them an admonition about it, but my concern would be is that, they would not rely on the official stipulated certified translation of the document. Now, I think the defense said that you are stipulating to the accuracy of the translation.
I am, Judge, and I think that's partly, I believe it's accurate, and the person that interpreted it is one of our court interpreters, so,
Oh, right now, here?
yes, Judge.
Oh, it's Mr. Mr. Brown. Okay, I see. Okay, that's fine. So it's Mr. Barron is one of the interpreter who actually did the translation here. And he's here. Okay, we're good. All right, so,
Judge, if I do some research, going back to the subsequent remedial measure, if I do some research, is Your Honor's ruling without prejudice?
always.
Okay.
Right? Because before you get into something, if you've come up with a case you want me to consider, or you have a different argument, just come to see me first.
Understood.
Okay. And I did receive a copy of the draft of the jury instruction. Thank you. And moving forward, just for today, make sure all the copies go to Carolina also, because then she can jump back and forth to to the office and print out copies. I'll work on that.
And we've had a few conversations already about defense's changes, so we may go to
Okay,
quicker updated copy.
that's fine. We'll get to that because I think we'll probably be moving pretty quickly
Yes, sir.
for the trial. Okay. Anything further?
Not at this time. No, Judge.
Okay,
Commissioner, I'm on this end.
and you have your witness already available and ready?
Yes.
Okay, very good.
Oh, I spoke to the state about this, but as I went through things, there is a lot of hearsay. I know the state's not going to attempt to introduce the hearsay, but this is a witness that may speak about some. So I know they've spoken to their witness. I just want the court to be aware that I might be jumping up a lot, knowing what the answer might be.
You jump up when you think you should,
Will do.
okay? And I know counsel, I imagine you've already cautioned your witness. And if it assists, while you're not to be leading, it may be appropriate. We'll see how it goes, that you direct your witness a little bit. If the defense doesn't have an issue with that, okay?
And I'm going to stay out of it. Generally.
I know, but sometimes the
Yeah.
witnesses, you know, they're not expert witnesses, so they don't testify all the time. All right, Robert, I think we are ready for the jury. Okay. And remember also, your microphones are live and hot. So if you plan to have conversations, you might want to turn those off so you can have any private conversations that you need to have. Hello.
We have a little bit of delay, a little bit.
Not too bad. Not too bad. I guess that is just. All right, very well. Please be seated. Thank you. Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. How are you all today? Okay, well rested? Everyone's doing all right? Very good. Thank you. Let me welcome you back. And again, ladies and gentlemen, You have been selected and sworn as the jury to try the case of State of Florida versus Abner Gonzalez. As I explained to you yesterday, this is a criminal case. In this case, Mr. Gonzalez is charged with 1 count of grand theft in the 3rd degree. It is your solemn responsibility to determine if the state has proven that the defendant has committed the crime charged beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. Your verdict must be based solely on the evidence or lack of evidence and the law. As I explained to you yesterday, the information, the charging document, which was filed against Mr. Gonzalez is not evidence and is not to be considered by you as any proof of guilt. It is my responsibility to decide what laws apply to this case and to explain these laws to you. It is your responsibility to decide what the facts of the case are and to apply the law to those facts. Thus, the province of the judge and the jury are well defined and they do not overlap. This is one of the fundamental principles of our system of justice. Before proceeding further, it will be helpful if you understand how a trial is conducted. At the beginning of the trial, the attorneys will have an opportunity, if they wish, to make an opening statement. The opening statement gives the attorneys an opportunity to tell you what evidence they believe will be presented during the trial. I remind you what the lawyers say is not evidence, and you are not to consider it as such. Following the opening statements, witnesses will be called to testify under oath. They will be examined and cross-examined by the attorneys. Documents and other exhibits may be produced as evidence. After the evidence has been presented, the attorneys will have an opportunity to make their final arguments. And following the final arguments, I will instruct you on the law applicable to the case. After the instructions are given, anyone chosen as an alternate juror will be released, and the remaining jurors you will retire to consider your verdict. I admonish you not to form any fixed or definite opinion about the merits of this case until after you have heard all of the evidence, the argument of the lawyers, and I instruct you on the law. Until that time, you are not to discuss this case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. During the course of the trial, we will take recesses and meal breaks, and you're allowed to separate somewhat and go about some personal business, but we do not want anyone to be leaving the courthouse. We have the other courtroom where we would like you to have your lunch in that courtroom. It's big enough to give you all enough space. If anyone needs to get a break and go outside, please communicate with Robert and he will escort you to do that. Okay, but we would like to continue to keep everyone in the courthouse distanced. Remember, if you're not eating or drinking, keep your masks on. And breaks as well. We have the extra courtroom for you to sit in and have your breaks when we may need to address some matters outside of your presence. Okay? If anyone tries to speak with you about this matter, please advise you're on the jury. If anyone persists in trying to speak with you, please report that to Robert, who will bring it to my attention. This admonition applies to all of the parties. Please, no contact or communication with any of our jurors. Even as I told you yesterday, if we see you in the elevator, we're going to turn away and take another elevator. Even a hello, an innocent hello, can be misinterpreted as an improper communication. We want to avoid any appearance of any impropriety so that we can continue to maintain the structure of the trial and keep the trial fair and impartial. Please don't hold it against anyone either. Don't think they're being rude to you because they're under the instructions of the court not to have any contact or communication with you. This case must be tried by you only on the evidence that is presented during the trial in your presence, in the presence of Mr. Gonzalez, the parties, and myself. You are not to conduct any independent investigation. You're not to visit any of the places that may be described during the course of the trial. If there are any reports that exist, you're not to read those. Again, that is not evidence. The evidence is only what you receive in the courtroom, and that's all you can rely on in ultimately reaching your verdict. As I explained to you yesterday, one of the rules of the House, in every criminal proceeding, the person accused, in this case, Mr. Gonzalez, has the absolute right to remain silent. At no time is it his duty to prove his innocence. From the exercise of his right to remain silent, you may not draw any inference of guilt or hold it against him in any way. The fact that a defendant does not take the witness stand must not influence your verdict or enter your discussions in any manner whatsoever. The attorneys are trained in the rules of evidence and trial procedure. They have a duty to make objections they believe are proper. When an objection is made, don't speculate on why it was made. Likewise, if I sustain an objection, which means that I prevent a witness from answering a question or a piece of evidence from coming in, you must not speculate as to what might have been said or what might have occurred had the witness been permitted to answer. Also, don't get angry at the attorneys if they make objections they believe are proper. I'll either overrule them, which means the witness can respond, or I'll sustain them. I'm not mad at them when I sustain an objection or overrule an objection. All right. These are matters for the court to decide. But again, do not hold it against any of the attorneys for doing their job. Sometimes I need to speak with the attorneys in what we call sidebar conferences. If it's a short matter, or I think it might only take a few moments, I'm going to bring them up here to the sidebar. I'm going to put on white noise and ask you not to try to eavesdrop, although you shouldn't be able to hear our conversations. And I'll have a conversation with them privately. You'll still be sitting here. If it's something that might take a little longer, I'll send you for a break. All right. I try to keep those to a minimum because I don't like them to get too disruptive. But again, if the lawyers ask for one, and if I feel at that moment it's appropriate, I'm going to have one. I may say to the attorney, please reserve, and we'll address it at a break. Again, it doesn't mean I'm mad at them. It just depends on the flow of the proceedings and what I think would be appropriate at the time, how long we've all been sitting, things like that. Okay. Let me also explain something to you regarding the use of the interpreter. As you see here, we have an interpreter that Mr. Gonzalez is using. Simply because he's using an interpreter, you should not consider that in any way or hold it against him in any way. All right. But we make sure that we have an interpreter so that all the parties can participate and have all of the information, and Mr. Gonzalez will be using the Spanish interpreter. Okay. All right. Very well. I think we're ready to proceed now with opening statements.
In mid-May of 2020, Vice President went on off.
Counsel, I apologize. I'm going to really need you to, because I know the interpreter can't hear you. And you're speaking out that way. I'm going to ask you to please raise your voice as much as you can. Okay. Thank you so much.
He was looking for a truck. You'll hear from Mr. Beverly how he would use it regularly. He'd go on offer up, find a truck, she purchases it, there's number each, and then he would drive it until it died, and repeat the process all over again. Now, in this particular instance, he found the truck. He contacted the seller, who later became known to him as the defendant, Mr. Gonzalez, about purchasing the truck. They negotiated the price. They decided on $2,500. Mr. Beverly asked if he minded to pay $1,800 up front and then $700 within the following week. The two made a plan to meet up. On May 21st of 2020, defendant and Mr. February met at the Blue Line Parking Company in Medford. When Mr. February arrived, he test drove the truck, took pictures of the truck, and decided to pay for it.
Okay,
He will agree to pay $800 and the $700 for the following week.
okay. Excuse me, I'm sorry, counsel. Again, you know what? We're not hearing you, so you're gonna need to speak from the microphone here.
Is there-
Maybe you move that and unmute that.
Is this better?
Oh, that is much better.
My apologies. My apologies, Judge. Let me know.
Well, you're gonna even need to actually stand close to the microphone so that we,
Yes, Judge.
there, that's perfect.
Okay.
You might wanna, I mean, I don't know how much you wanna start again, but we heard some of it, but some of it not. I don't know. Has jury heard everything so far? Very
I think
well.
it's just.
You can continue then. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Okay. They agreed to the $1,800 on May 21st, and then the $700 within the following week. Now, before they parted ways, Mr. February made sure to get pictures of the defendant's license, to get pictures of the car the defendant drove up in, and he thought, let's write a sales receipt. The defendant agreed to this, and the defendant wrote a sales receipt. The sales receipt included the last four of the VIN number of the truck that he was purchasing, the date, May 21st, 2020, both the defendant and Mr. Guy February's name, and it included that Mr. February had paid $1,800 on the day and that he promised to pay the following $700. At the end of this sales receipt, the defendant signed it and gave Mr. February the key. When he gave Mr. February the key, he told him, this is the only key to this truck. And we'll leave the truck here at the Blue Line Trucking Company. You can get the truck as soon as the full amount is paid. A couple of days later, Mr. February attempts to contact the defendant to make plans to complete the transaction. He gets no response. Mr. February continues to try and contact the defendant. Fine. Finally, a week later, he calls the defendant, who answers the phone and tells him, I'm too busy, get up. At this point, Mr. February decides to go back to the Blue Line Trucking Company and see if the truck is still there. He sees it's gone. After still continuing to try and contact the defendant, Mr. February decides to go to the police. When he goes to the police, he meets with the detective assigned to the case, Detective Fernandez Perez. He meets with Detective Perez, who tells him what had happened. He gives him all the pictures that he took. He gives a recorded statement. You'll hear how Detective Perez investigated this case and even called the defendant. The defendant, Mr. Abner Gonzalez, agreed to come in the very next day and speak with the police. You'll hear that when Mr. Gonzalez came into the police station, he read his Miranda rights, where he waived them and decided to speak with the police. At that point, in a signed and written confession, Mr. Gonzalez told the officers, I apologize. I took the money. I didn't have any money at the time. I'm sorry. He even told the police that he sold the truck to a third party. That was not Mr. February. At the close of the evidence, the state feels confident that you will return a verdict of guilty for grand theft for Mr. Abner Gonzalez. I thank you for your time and attention.
All right, thank you, counsel. And for the defense, again, if you make sure that you speak into the microphone. Thank you, counsel. If you want to turn the podium, that might help, as long as we don't disconnect. That's great. Thank you so much. And just keep your voice up if you would. Thank you.
This is not a case about a crime being committed. This is a case about a breach of contract. Yet, we're in a criminal courthouse. Mr. Gonzalez is facing criminal charges. But he's not a criminal, and there is no crime. If the police would have done a thorough investigation in this case, you wouldn't be sitting there, and we wouldn't be standing here. But we're in a criminal court today because the police rushed their investigation because they wanted to close out the case. And Mr. Gonzalez voluntarily walked into their station almost a year ago around this time and made it easy for them to do so. But first, let's go back a little bit. Sometime in May 2020, Mr. Albert Gonzalez received a notification for a message that he received on offer from someone who wanted to buy his truck and posted for sale. Now, for those who are unfamiliar with OfferUp is a website. It also has an app where you can buy and sell multiple items, not just cars, but including cars. And Mr. Gonzalez, once he received the message, started messaging the potential buyer, which was Mr. Guy February. And they messaged on the OfferUp's messaging function. And through these messages, they negotiated the price and they agreed on $2,500. And they also agreed to meet up at a nearby warehouse location to test drive the vehicle. However, when they met up on May 21st, 2020, you're going to hear that Mr. February never intended to bring the full $2,500 to the meetup. In fact, he only came with $1,800, even though they agreed to $2,500. And because he didn't show up with the full amount, Mr. Gonzalez decided to write a contract. The contract stated that the $1,800 would be paid as a deposit, and the rest, the $700, would be paid at a later date when Mr. February could get the money. You're going to see that Mr. Gonzalez signed the contract because he agreed to the terms. But one thing you're not going to see here today is Mr. February's signature anywhere on that contract, because he wasn't in agreement with the terms, because he never intended to pay the full $2,500, which is why he only came with the $1,800. After the contract, both parties took photos of both of their driver's licenses together, and Mr. Gonzalez let Mr. February take photos of the tag of the car, and the truck from different angles. You're also going to hear that Mr. Gonzalez trusted Mr. February and went so far as to give him the key to the truck. And both parties, when they left the location that day, the truck was parked at that warehouse. After never hearing from Mr. February, who still owed him $700, Mr. Gonzalez still found himself needing to sell the truck. So he ultimately did it to someone who was willing to sell the full price. To pay the full price, I'm sorry. And to avoid his own liability from the contract, Mr. February called the police and claimed that Mr. Gonzalez stole the $1,800. But that never happened. And this brings me to the lack of investigation, the rushed investigation that I alluded to earlier. When the police were first assigned to this case, which was on June 3rd, 2020, they had already begun to prioritize it well on their list of cases. In fact, the lead detective, Detective Fred, who you're going to hear from shortly, when he first received the case, which he received 2 days later after it was reported, he didn't call Mr. February right away to hear his side of the story, to begin his investigation. You're going to hear that he waited several days to pick up the phone and call Mr. February. And once he did call Mr. February, you're going to hear that he didn't set up an interview with him until 20 days later after that date, which would be on June 25th, 2020. And you're gonna hear that Mr. February did in fact come in on that day. And he made verbal statements to the detective that were audio recorded on a handheld audio recording device about the contract, the $1,800 deposit, and so on. You're gonna hear that Mr. February's story to the police was that when he finally acquired the money, he reached out to Mr. Gonzalez. He sent him text messages, he sent him messages on that Opera messaging function, and he called him multiple times. However, Mr. February never gave the police or provided the police any screenshots of these messages. He never showed the messages. The Opera messages, text messages, or the call logs. All of this information, which would have been available to Mr. February and in his phone that day when he went to the police, none of that came up, none of that was shown, and none of that was given to the police. That's because they don't exist. You're also going to hear that on the very next day, on June 26, 2020, Detective Perez called Mr. Gonzalez, identified himself as the police, and told him that he needed to come into the station. And Mr. Gonzalez didn't hang up, he didn't avoid the call, he picked up, spoke to the detective, and he agreed to come in. And on that exact same day, after receiving the call, Mr. Gonzalez went into the police station to speak to Detective Perez. Except, unlike Mr. February's statements, you're not going to be able to hear Mr. Gonzalez's statements because they weren't audio recorded. Detective Perez decided not to record Mr. Gonzalez's statements about his side of the story when he came in that day. Instead, Detective Perez had Mr. Gonzalez talk it all out without ever having him sign a Miranda rights waiver form. And then only had him write a summarized statement, lacking the full detail of the verbal statements. At the end of the day, you're going to have a lot more questions, and the state's going to be able to answer for you. Because of this, you're confident that you're going to render the only verdict that the lack of evidence supports and that justice required in this case, which is finding Mr. Gonzalez not guilty.
Okay. Thank you very much, counsel. State your first witness, please.
Yes, Judge, it's Dade February.
Okay. All right, and where is my interpreter? All right, so Mr. February is going to be using an interpreter, am I correct?
Yes, it'll be a Creole interpreter.
All right. Chris, would you mind swearing in our Creole interpreter?
You solemnly swear or affirm you will interpret Creole to English, English to Creole, questions asked, the answers given, and that you have the ability to do so. Thank you.
Okay. Do we have a place where our interpreter can, you're going to need to be able to speak into a microphone as well. Can you sit at the table there? Do you have a device that you can use? Excuse me?
Not a great solution. Or Judge, you can sit here by me and they can both use this microphone here.
All right, that'll work. I just want to make sure that you are heard. All right. All right. Now, Robert, he needs to be sworn in first. Sir, stop right there. You could be face the clerk. Raise your right hand to be sworn.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony about the ability to truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, sir.
Everything I'm gonna say is the truth. Let me see.
Come have a seat here. All right. Okay, this is, let me give an instruction to the jury. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you are about to hear testimony of a witness who will be testifying in Creole. The witness will testify through the official court interpreter. Although some of you may know Creole, it is important that all jurors consider the same evidence. Therefore, you must accept the English translation of the witness's testimony. You must disregard any different meaning. If, however, during the testimony, there is a question of the English interpretation, you should bring this matter to my attention immediately by raising your hand. You should not ask your question or make any comment about the interpretation in the presence of the other jurors or otherwise share your question or concern with any of them. I will take steps to see if your question can be answered and any discrepancy resolved. If, however, after such efforts, a discrepancy remains, I emphasize that you must rely only upon the official English interpretation as provided by the court interpreter and disregard any other contrary interpretation. All right, so I need to give some instructions here to Madam Interpreter, also to Mr. Fevre, the witness. And Madam Interpreter, since you're going to be translating from Creole into English, I need you to be able to speak into a microphone so that everyone can hear the translation in English. All right, so Robert, we're going to need to make some arrangements here. Perhaps that the young lady can have a place to sit. Madam Interpreter, are you comfortable with this? All right. And Robert, if we can find also, if we need, looks like we might, I need a handheld microphone. That would also be helpful if we can have one of those. Because the interpreter is going to have to really speak very loudly, and I need you to give the instructions to the gentleman now. So please advise the gentleman that a question is going to be asked in English. He is to please respond in Creole, but speak loudly into the microphone. Then, Madam Interpreter, you are going to interpret from Creole into English loudly and into the microphone. Does he understand that? Okay. And also explain to the gentleman, even if he may know some English, to please wait, not to respond in English, but to respond completely in Creole and then wait for the interpreter, for you to interpret. Okay, so he just said okay, but I need him to be even louder than that in the response.
Yes.
Very good. Okay, I might keep reminding you throughout this process to make sure to keep your voices up, and that will apply again, both for Madam Interpreter as well as the witness. As well as counsel for either party. All right, let's give it a go. State, you may proceed.
Good morning, Mr. Fevry.
Monsieur Fevry.
Will you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Est-ce qu'on peut présenter tête ou bail jury? My name is Guy Fevry.
Mr. Fevry, I know you speak a good amount of English, but your primary language is Creole, is that right?
Fevry, nous parlons beaucoup anglais, mais la première langue c'est créole, c'est ça? Yes.
And we are using a Creole interpreter today so that you fully understand everything. So
Il n'a servi un interprète créole, je dis à vous qu'on comprenne tout pareil. I agree, ma'am. Thank you.
So I'm going to ask you to make sure that you wait for the interpreter to fully interpret and then answer in Creole.
Après, de pour tenir avec la fille, elle dit, poser une question et puis répondre à quoi. There's no problem, ma'am.
Even if you understand my questions in English.
Même si vous comprenez une question en anglais. There's no problem, ma'am.
Mr. Febri, how do you know the defendant in this case, Abner Gonzalez?
Monsieur Février, qui j'en fait qu'on a accusé à Monsieur Gonzalez? I met him through OfferUp because I became a member of OfferUp.
And when was that?
That's that. What the exact date?
When did you meet Mr. Gonzalez on OfferUp?
Qui l'a été rencontré Monsieur Gonzalez dans OfferUp? I think it's going to be a year.
Can you explain to us what OfferUp is?
Vous pouvez expliquer nous qui ça OfferUp là est? OfferUp is a website where they sell everything.
You have an OfferUp account?
Ou bien on compte dans OfferUp? Yes, I do.
How often do you buy things from OfferUp?
Combien de fois qu'on s'est acheté by un OfferUp? Can't tell you. I can't tell you how many.
Would you say it's often?
Souvent? Often.
What do you primarily buy?
Sans acheter, d'habitude. All kinds of stuff, but different stuff. A lot of things, but different things.
How many times have you purchased a car from OfferUp?
Combien de fois acheté une machine dans mes OfferUp? Maybe 3-4 times.
You said you met Mr. Gonzalez on OfferUp?
Would you go rencontrer Monsieur Gonzalez dans OfferUp? Yes. I met him virtually on OfferUp and then I'm going to meet him in person.
Was he selling something?
Il t'a besoin de bagay? Yes.
What was he selling?
Ça t'a besoin.
Ford F-250. Não, uma coisa coisa. 1996.
He was selling a truck, Ford F-250, if I remember correctly, 1996.
Were there pictures of the truck on OfferUp?
Tem a photo caminhão sur OfferUp? Se tem a photo caminhão sur OfferUp?
Oui, c'est un camion rouge et noir.
Yes, it was a black and red truck.
Did Mr. Gonzalez have a price for the truck listed on OfferUp?
Monsieur Gonzalez, te bete pour caminhão sur OfferUp?
Oui, ma position là-bas, c'est pas F-250, c'est F-350.
Yes, but I'm going to clarify something. It wasn't F-250, it was F-350.
What was the price listed for the truck?
Qui te pour caminhão? If I remember correctly, it was $3,500.
Did you reach out to Mr. Gonzalez about buying the truck?
Vous te parlé à Monsieur Gonzalez pour tout te dire que vous voulez acheter caminhão? Yes, I sent him a text.
When did you first text him, if you remember?
Est-ce qu'on songe qui première fois de vous un texte pour lui?
Pode ter texto, não, 2 jours après. 2 jours après.
I think if I remember correctly, I texted him 2 days after I noticed it.
Sir, could you make sure that the gentleman turns off the phone, please puts it away?
If I remember correctly, I texted him 2 days after he posted.
Did he respond to you?
Non, c'est à dire dans les trucs possibles, c'est à dire m'envoyer écrit en 2 jours avant qu'il voit.
Not after he posted it, 2 days after I saw it.
Did he respond to your message?
Il répond message quoi?
Il était tombé sur la semaine.
I think he answered my message after a week.
What did he say?
Told you.
Il était machine là.
He told me the vehicle is still there.
Did you message him in English?
Te voyé message à lui en anglais?
Oui,
Yes.
Was he responding to you in English?
Te répondre en anglais?
oui.
Yes.
What happened after you first messaged him about the truck?
Ça arrive après le premier message envoyé pour lui.
C'est la même, oui, mais ça, on y a parlé, c'est maintenant, oui. C'est maintenant, aucun problème.
So I asked him after the first message, I asked him, was the car okay? Did the vehicle have a problem? He said, yes, the vehicle was fine.
Did you only message on OfferUp or did you talk through other methods as well?
Est-ce que tu envoyé message pour lui seulement à travers OfferUp ou tu envoyé message pour lui de l'autre façon?
Bah oui, mais ça, de toute façon, on a fait par là, non.
I will send them messages in another format after I spoke to him.
What other methods did you use to talk to Mr. Gonzalez?
Quelle méthode vous avez utilisée pour envoyer message?
Pour envoyer l'autre message pour lui, par là, non.
To send him a message, other messages, I have to finish speaking to him through OfferUp.
When you sent him other messages aside from OfferUp, what media did you use to send those messages?
Envoyer message qui part dans OfferUp, soit envoyer message.
Message. Avant le message, c'est ce qu'on peut supposer lié. Après, c'est ce qu'on peut supposer lié. Pas qu'à ce soit OfferUp, sans pas qu'à ce soit OfferUp, malgré le message, sans pas beaucoup d'accord.
I would like to tell the lady that all the messages that we send have to be on OfferUp. I cannot send a message that's not on OfferUp if we have not come to an agreement.
Did you negotiate a different price for the truck?
Des négociations l'autre prix pour camion?
Oui.
Yes.
And what price did you and Mr. Gonzalez agree on?
Ce qui prend des films d'accord, Madame Monsieur Gonzalez.
Même pas la même, nous, on va comme ça, 2600.
After,
2500 or 2600.
after I spoke to him, if I remember correctly, I offered them either 2,500 or 2,600.
Did he accept that price?
L'acceptez, Bria?
Oui.
Yes.
Did you have any further negotiations with him about what was going to be paid for the truck?
J'ai fait l'autre négociation avec lui sur qui ça va le payer sur camion.
Oui.
Yes, I negotiated.
What did you negotiate?
So they negotiate.
Moi, je dis, non, est-ce que là, c'est 1800 $?
I told him I didn't have the entire amount, but he take $1,800.
What did he say in
Fine.
response?
Ça, je leur réponds ça.
Il te dit pas grave.
He told me there's no problem.
Did you meet Mr. Gonzalez in person at some point?
Est-ce que tu rencontres avec M. Gonzalez en personne?
Sinon, on va comme des comptes on se met à comme des comptes.
If I remember correctly, I met with him 1 week after I negotiated with him.
Do you happen to remember that date?
Songez date là?
Non.
No, I don't have it.
Why did you meet in person?
Pour qu'il soit rencontré avec en personne. So I could purchase the vehicle for me to give him the money and purchase the vehicle.
Where did you meet him?
Quand on rencontre avec lui. I met him where the vehicle was. I think it's Midley.
Is that in Miami-Dade County?
The county, not county, Miami-Dade. Yes.
Whose idea was it to meet at that location?
Qui moun qui te dit en rencontrer là? Qui est-ce qui te baille suggestion en rencontrer là? Mr. Gonzalez.
Did he say why he wanted to meet at that location?
Est-ce que tu dis que ça c'est là, tu veux rencontrer?
Oui, il te dit que ça est là, parce que c'est là.
Yes, he told me because that's where the car was, the vehicle.
What time were you supposed to meet?
À quelle heure tu es supposé rencontrer?
Oui, on rencontre lui dans. Sinon, on va comme des comptes dans. du soir.
If I remember correctly, it was around 7 or 8 p.m.
How did you get there?
Puis j'en ai fait arriver là.
Et j'étais en machine.
I took my wife's car to drive there.
Who arrived first?
Qui est-ce qui arrive avant?
Parce que
I think I did.
When you arrived, was the truck already there?
L'arrivée camion était déjà là?
oui,
Yes.
Was anyone inside?
Il y a mon dedans.
on a raison.
Just the two of us.
Was anyone inside of the truck when you arrived at the location?
Il y a mon dedans camion, l'arrivée côté camion. No, since he hadn't arrived yet, there was nobody there.
When did Mr. Gonzalez arrive?
Il a monsieur Gonzalez venu là.
On était venu en 20 minutes ou 25 minutes après.
20 or 25 minutes after I waited for him.
Did he arrive in a car?
Ton machine est venue?
Oui.
Yes.
Do you remember what kind of car?
Quand j'ai quitté la machine?
Sinon, on va faire des fonds pour passer en machine blanc, SUV blanc. Et nous passer en on se va pour formation. Donc, venir SUV blanc.
If I remember correctly, it was a white SUV. It's either a Hyundai or a Kia. I don't remember, but I'm certain that it is a white SUV.
And what happened when Mr. Gonzalez arrived?
Et puis ça privé de monsieur Gonzalez venu. We met, we said hi, we spoke, and then he went to show me the vehicle.
Did you test drive the truck?
Où t'es conduit machine à publicité? I didn't, he did.
So who drove? You or Mr. Gonzalez?
Yes, qui conduit le camion, mais oui, monsieur Gonzalez. That's what I just said. I said I didn't drive the vehicle, he did.
How long did he drive the vehicle for?
Pendant combien de temps le conduit machine là? 2 to 3 minutes.
Did you decide to buy the truck?
On a décidé de acheter camion. After he tested it, I saw the truck was okay, so I said, yes, I'll purchase it.
Did you have any money with you?
Vous avez gagné comme sous?
Oui.
Yes.
How much money did you have?
Combien vous avez gagné? $1,800.
Did you give that money to Mr. Gonzalez?
Ou bien monsieur Gonzalez comme ça?
Moi, je suis même pas dans
Because I told him the same thing I told him on offer up, that I had $1,800. Did he agree to take that amount? He said yes.
When were you supposed to give him the remaining amount?
Il a coûté le reste comme là. I told him in a week.
Have you ever made a deal in the past on OfferUp where you give a down payment up front and then pay the rest later when you get the item?
That's good.
Sustain.
Did Mr. Gonzalez give you anything in exchange for the down payment of $1,800?
Monsieur Gonzalez, t'es bon, il est là-bas, $1,800.
Comment?
Did Mr. Gonzalez give you anything in exchange for the down payment of $1,800?
Monsieur Gonzalez, là-bas, un problème. Ou bien, dans sa machine, est-ce que t'es bon, rien lui-même?
Oui, c'est bon, oncle.
Yes, he gave me a key.
Did the two of you create a receipt?
Nous tous les deux, nous te font reçu. I asked him about that.
Who wrote the receipt?
Yes, qui écrit reçu. He wrote it.
What information did he put on the receipt?
Qui ça le écrit dans reçu?
Moi, j'étais fouillé, une balle.
He wrote, I gave him $1,800 and I would give him the balance in a week.
Did anyone sign the receipt?
Et mon qui te signé reçu? I don't remember. I don't remember if I signed it or not, but I think he did.
Who kept the receipt?
The man came with you guys. I had the receipt also, and he had it.
Did you take a picture of the receipt?
Vous avez fait photo monsieur? I don't think I took a picture. I gave the investigator the paper.
No objection.
All right,
As mayor approach.
yes.
Mr. February, I just handed you what has been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 1B for identification purposes.
Monsieur February, moi, je vais aux pièces que nous marquons pour la défense, pour l'État 1B.
Can you please take a look at it?
Pas fond d'aller? I did.
Do you recognize it?
Vous reconnaissez? Yes.
How do you recognize it?
Qui j'en fais reconnaître?
Parce que normalement, ensuite, nous connaissons tout ça, nous à partir de ça, ensuite,
Because my name is there, my identification number is there. What's written, I remember. I remember the date. When I see it, I remember.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of the receipt that you and Mr. Gonzalez created that day?
Est-ce que ça semble aussi pour même à M. Gonzalez nous fait jouer? Yes.
The state moves into evidence what has been previously marked as State's Exhibit 1B for identification purposes.
There was no objection, so that'll be admitted as first date exhibit.
Permission to publish to the jury, Your Honor.
All right, let the clerk mark it, please. Hand it to the clerk, please.
States 1B marked by G and states 1 in evidence.
And now publishing to the jury what has been marked as State's Exhibit 1B for purposes. 1E. I have no objection to being introduced, but I think it needs to be introduced before we publish.
Yeah, that'll be fine.
But I have no objection.
You-
Just policy. It's just a demonstrative, I'm using it.
Exactly, as a demonstrative aid to the evidence that was just introduced.
Mr. February, did you take any photos on May 21st?
Monsieur February, vous avez fait photo le 21 mai? May 21st, the same date?
Yes.
Oui. I took a picture of his driver's license. And then I took a picture of the license plate of the car that he drove up in.
Did you take any pictures of the truck that you were purchasing?
J'ai fait photo camion qu'on va l'acheter, hein? Yes.
Oh, you guys counsel what has been previously marked as Exhibit 1C for identification purposes? Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may. Just don't show anything to the jury. If
Mr.
you can-
February, I have handed you. what
Sir,
has
if you can keep it up so that the jury doesn't see it, that's perfect, because it's not introduced yet. Go ahead.
I have handed you what has been previously marked as State's Exhibit 1C for identification purposes.
Yes, un C pour identification.
Do you rec-
Yes, ma'am.
do you recognize it?
Vous reconnaissez?
Voilà.
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize it?
Vous reconnaissez?
Parce que les personnes qui là,
Because I was there, I saw it, and I was sitting it and everything.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of the photograph you took of the truck that day?
Est-ce que ça son photo camion de blanc?
oui.
Yes.
The state moves into evidence what has been previously marked as State's Exhibit 1C for identification purposes. No objection.
All right, without objection, if you'd hand it please to my clerk. Sure.
Permission to publish to the jury, Your Honor.
Once my clerk announces. Okay,
Publishing to the jury what has become State's Exhibit. Showing defense counsel what has been previously marked as State's Exhibit 1D for identification purposes. No objection. Permission to approach, Your Honor.
you may. Just keep it up again. Okay,
Mr. February, I have handed you what has been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 1D for identification purposes.
Monsieur Février, bonjour, pièce 1D, que nous marquons pour l'identification.
Do you recognize it?
Vous reconnaissez? Yes.
How do you recognize it?
Donc, vous reconnaissez.
Parce qu'on fait pour
Because I took the picture.
What is it?
Tally.
c'est pas vrai.
It's the
La
tag.
machine avec
The back of the car, of the vehicle with the tag.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of the photographs you took of the truck that day?
Est-ce que ça semble des photos de fait camion? I believe so.
The state moves into evidence what has been previously marked as State's Exhibit 1D for identification purposes.
Identification.
No objection.
without objection,
Permission to approach.
you may.
States 1D, marked by identification, and states 3.
Et you mark it.
And now publishing to the jury what has been marked as State's Exhibit. Why did you take photos of the truck?
Pour qu'ils soient fait photo camion.
parce que non,
Because I wanted the deal to be okay. I wanted everything to go in my interest. Because I don't know him. That was my proof.
What happened after you made the receipt and took the photos?
Ça criait à pour faire aussi et pour faire photo. After I gave him money, he gave me the receipt, he gave me a key. And I asked him, I said, is this the only key? He said, yes, this is the only key.
You gave Mr. Gonzalez the $1,800 cash.
Ou bien, Monsieur Gonzalez, $1,800 cash? Yes.
He gave you the key.
C'est bon, clair? Yes.
Did you take possession of the truck that day?
Tout ça, voilà, camion.
Non. Pas que la camion parce que tout programme, ils vont coller comme assurance. Et après ça, la banque title là.
No, I didn't drive away in the truck because I didn't give him the entire amount. He gave me the key as insurance. And when I brought him the balance, he would give me the title and the truck.
And Mr. Gonzalez told you that it was the only key to the truck.
Monsieur Gonzalez, je suis seul que les camions ça a été gagné. Yes,
He already said it, overruled.
Did Mr. Gonzalez leave in the white car or the truck?
Monsieur Gonzalez, il vient là, il est dans machine blanc ou bien là, il est dans camion. Il conduit camion là ou bien machine là.
Machine à vérité, il va la machine là. Machine à vérité.
Camion.
Camion vérité.
The truck stayed, he went back in his car and I left in my car.
Did you have a specific day you were supposed to meet Mr. Gonzalez to pay the remaining $700?
Est-ce que tu entends nous sur une date pour te rencontrer Monsieur Gonzalez pour te barrer ce là?
Une fois seulement, on se met après.
I believe I told him that I would call him in a week to tell him when I would, if I was ready.
Did you come up with the remaining $700?
Pour te barrer $700. I called him after 3 or 4 days to tell him I had the balance.
How did you reach out to Mr. Gonzalez?
I called him on his phone and told him that I was ready. I had the balance. He said, okay. And then it took more than a week for him to call me back. After that,
How many times did you attempt to reach out to him?
combien de fois essayé de lui? I called him a whole bunch of times. I texted him a whole bunch of times.
Did he respond?
Il répond? No, but he answered after.
Did he ever agree to meet up again?
T'es jamais d'accord pour te rencontrer encore? He told me he was working, he didn't have the time, and I kept on calling and calling. Finally, I went back to the place. I went back to the place.
You went back to where you both met up.
While les premières fois, tu as rencontré la première fois? Yes.
Did you see the truck?
They were camion. The other reason I went back to the place is that we made a deal. You do not take my calls, you do not respond to my messages. Something is not right. So I went back there. And when I got there, there was no truck.
What did you do after you saw there was no truck?
So faire beau un camion par là.
Et ensuite, comme il est dans le travail, il est là,
I called him and told him I did not see the truck. He told me that's where he worked. So I called the location where he worked.
So, okay. I'm gonna sustain, listen to the question and direct the witness, ask the question again.
Did you see the truck when you arrived at the location?
Est-ce que tu vois un camion là où tu viens?
non.
No.
What did you do after you saw the truck wasn't at the location?
When I didn't see the truck, I tried to call him.
Did he answer?
Te répond, no? I don't remember him answering.
Did you decide to tell the police?
Décidé de dire la police ça? No, after I called where he worked.
Objection, call for second.
Sustain.
Mr. February, did you go to the police?
Monsieur Favre dans la police?
Pas qu'à dire qu'on a fait l'avant. Moi, il y avait l'avant, pas qu'à dire avant, pas qu'à proposer avant.
I
Il y avait l'avant.
can't tell you that's what I did first. That's not what I didn't go to the police first.
All right, sir. The question was, did you
Question,
at some point go to the police?
envoyez la police. Les questions est posée.
Ok.
Okay, yes, I called the police.
Why did you decide to tell the police?
Ok, so décidé au
Excusez-moi. Pas de position, on dit
Excuse me, I didn't call the police. How do you say that when you see a police car parked in the area?
You flagged the policeman down.
Ou mandez le camper? Vous faites un signe pour le camper? When the police is at a checkpoint?
You got an officer's attention.
Par exemple, ça a marché police. Là, ok, on a la nouvelle, mais côté police là.
For example, this is a police car. The police officer was standing there. So I went over to him. I didn't call them.
You reported to the officer what had happened.
Ou dit policier à ça qui est passé? When I saw the police car, I spoke to the police officer. I told him what happened. He prepared the report for me.
When did you next speak to the police?
Prochaine fois, on parle avec la police après ça. I believe I spoke to the police when the investigator called me.
Did you tell the investigator what happened?
Vous dites investigateur à ça qui est passé? Yes.
At this point, had Mr. Gonzalez ever told you that he sold the truck to someone else?
Monsieur Gonzalez, t'es jambes d'où notre point où il est là? Est-ce que Monsieur Gonzalez, t'es jambes d'où il est un camion dans le monde? No.
At any point, when you were trying to reach out to him, did Mr. Gonzalez ever tell you that he would give the $1,800 back?
Pendant tout ton temps, été communiqué avec là. Est-ce que Monsieur Gonzalez, t'es jambes d'où dans le monde? He never told me that.
At some point, did you go to the police station?
Est-ce que t'es jamais à la station de la police? Yes.
Do you remember what date that was?
Ça vient qui date? I don't remember the date.
Did you speak to an officer?
T'es pas un policier? Yes.
Did you tell them what happened?
Dieu ça passé? Yes.
Did you show them the photos and the receipt?
T'es montré une photo avec aussi? Everything.
Did they ask you to identify Mr. Gonzalez?
De témoin d'identifier Monsieur Gonzalez? Yes.
Were you able to identify Mr.
Vous t'es
Gonzalez?
capable d'identifier Monsieur Gonzalez? Yes.
And do you see Mr. Gonzalez in the courtroom today?
Où est Monsieur Gonzalez au tribunal là, je dis? Yes.
Could you please point him out by telling me where he is sitting and what color shirt he is wearing?
Est-ce qu'on est capable de dire côté le chita, montrer mi l'autre, on dit dire qui côté le chita et qui ça? I can say, but when I met him, he had black hair.
Can you identify him by the color shirt he's wearing?
Donc, à dire qui couleur chemise li gen sou li? A gray jacket.
Let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
So reflected.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross, briefly. If I can ask the witness just for a moment, if you'd step over there for a moment. Thank you. All right, hold on 1 minute. Oh, okay, we're good to go. All right, counsel, cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. February, you're currently facing criminal charges, are you not? You're currently facing criminal charges, correct?
No.
For a ticket that you received on January 23rd of 2020.
Un ticket por
Car with the tag number DMCA 15.
Une machine qui fait une plaque DNC 515. What's the matter?
You received a ticket when you were driving that car back in January of 2020, correct?
En janvier 2020, eu tenho uma contravention para nós conduire machine ça, oui. But what kind? Was it a camera ticket? What was it?
A failure to register that car.
Pour pas t'enregistrer machine. I don't remember that.
So you have no memory of being under criminal investigation by this same state attorney's office.
Pas songer que avocat l'État ça a fait investigation criminelle sur vous à cause de ça.
Non.
Non.
And you have no idea that you're currently facing jail time for that case.
Et qu'on n'a pas au courant pour capable aller en prison pour faire ça.
Non, c'est pas comme au courant.
No, but if I don't know, I can't be aware.
So it's your testimony today that you have absolutely no knowledge of receiving a failure to register a car ticket last January.
Donc, ça, dis-nous là, c'est pour pas aucun souvenir, pour pas aucune connaissance pour te recevoir. Une contravention parce qu'on pas d'enregistrer en machine en janvier.
Bon, donc, un ticket.
Usually when you get a ticket, they write to you.
Next question, counsel.
Now, in May of 2020, you were looking to buy a car, correct?
En mai 2020, on va essayer d'acheter, chercher une machine pour acheter, bah, ça.
Comment?
Where and how?
You reached out to Mr. Gonzalez to buy a car, correct?
Oh!
Pour parler à M. Gonzalez pour acheter une machine, bah oui.
C'est gens qui sont posés là. C'est gens qui sont
It's
posés
the
là.
way you ask the question.
In May of 2020, you were looking to buy a car, correct?
En mai 2020, on va chercher une machine pour acheter.
Oui.
Yes.
And that's because you regularly buy cars, drive them until they die, leave them, and then buy a new one, correct?
Parce qu'on achète une machine, on conduit cette machine, il va avoir encore quitter les pour acheter une autre, c'est ça? I don't understand the question.
You regularly purchase cheap cars, correct?
Ou acheter souvent, ou acheter machine qui pas chère, bah oui. Expensive car or not, I don't understand. You said a cheap car, I don't understand.
You often buy economical vehicles, correct?
Ou acheter des machines qui pas coûtent un prix bien économique.
Non, ça son machine.
I just purchased a vehicle.
And you drive those vehicles, correct?
Ou conduis machine, bah oui. When I purchased them, yes, I purchased them to drive.
And you drive it until it breaks down, correct?
Ou conduis machine jusqu'à ce que on go pas, bah oui. I don't understand the question.
The cars that you purchase on OfferUp, do you buy them until they break down?
Machine que eu achei na outra, eu peço que eu achei, eu descasquei uma machine encore une fois.
Non, machine, là, les machines. C'est pas même comprendre. C'est machine.
I purchase a vehicle. Sometimes if I don't like them, I sell them. Sometimes they have mechanical problems, but I usually buy another car.
You leave it where it breaks down and then you buy another one, correct?
Pour quitter le côté pour apprendre et pour acheter un autre, pas vrai?
Mais c'est ça marche sur machine.
Basically, I buy a car.
That wasn't my question, sir.
C'est pas
You
question ça.
drive it until it breaks down and then you leave it where it breaks down, correct?
Ou conduis machine jusqu'à ce que le campé, au quitter le côté le campé.
Ça marche. Tu vas conduire il va dire, il va dire, oui, il fait cette machine, ça fait ça. Ça, machine en panne, il va dire,
But I don't understand because I purchased a car and then I purchased a car. The car could have mechanical problems, but that's me.
Next question, council, please.
And
Thank you.
it's your testimony today that you have purchased 3 or 4 cars on OfferUp?
Le témoignage aujourd'hui, c'est pour acheter 3 ou 4 machines dans l'offre. I believe so.
Do you remember giving a deposition in this case?
Déposition dans ta carte. What case?
Do you remember coming to my office and giving a sworn statement?
Vous songez au cas dans le bureau, moi? Vous avez une déclaration sur serment?
machine.
Yes, but she told me 3, 4 cars. I don't understand. That's why I didn't answer.
You came to my office and you gave a deposition back on February 16th of this year, correct?
Le 7 février, année ça, ou vient dans le bureau, moi, ou bien en déposition, pas ça? They called, I didn't go. They called me to be there.
You showed up at my office and did a deposition via a computer screen, correct?
Donc, vous venez dans le bureau, non, vous faites déposition à travers l'écran ordinateur, pas ça? I don't remember, but they called and I went to the office.
Okay. And you swore to tell the truth that day, correct?
Écoutez, je veux comme dire la vérité, je sais pas vrai? Yes.
Just like you did today,
Donc, vous
correct?
faites jeudi, pas vrai? Yes.
And I was present on the computer screen and a prosecutor was present on the computer screen, correct?
Vous êtes sous écran et puis un prosécuteur était sous écran, pas ça? Oh, that's when- Yes, on Zoom in another court.
Yes.
Oh, oui.
Oh, yes.
And at that time, you were directing, I'm sorry, the court and counsel to page 7, lines 13 through 17. And sir, at that time, you were asked, how many cars have you brought previously on OfferUp?
Sustain. Sustain.
Judge, I don't know what the legal basis is for the objection. being
he already-
sustained in order to fix.
He had already advised the court, you need to rephrase your question.
Sir, did the prosecutors give you a chance to read your deposition that you gave back in February?
Monsieur, est-ce que le prosécuteur était bon? Une copie de déposition qu'on a fait en février. Wait, I don't understand because the Zoom I did was over there, but I also did other Zooms from my house. Wait, are you talking about the Zoom that I did over there?
Around the block from the courthouse, yes.
The point, not even now.
Did the prosecutors give you a chance to read your statement from that day?
Est-ce que le prosécuteur a été bon chance pour te lire soit tes 10 jours? I think we were talking on Zoom, we couldn't read anything.
When you came here today, did they give you the chance to read your statement from February?
L'orvin la matin, est-ce que c'était bon temps pour te lire déclaration que tu fait en février? I didn't read anything now, but I remember everything.
Okay, so you don't, in order to testify today, you don't need to review your statement?
Donc, pour faire témoignage aujourd'hui, on n'a pas besoin de revoir ce que tu dis. Like, how?
Would you like to review your statement before we finish your testimony today?
Est-ce que vous voulez revoir ce que tu dis avant que nous finissions le témoignage? I have no problem.
Maybe you can point him out to where you would like him to read, and then you can continue with your questions.
That's fine, Judge.
Mhm.
And
Can I say something?
No, wait for a question to be asked, sir.
May
Go
I
ahead.
approach, Judge?
Yes, you may.
review this page. Lines 13 through 17.
13 à 17. Combien machines?
Read it to yourself.
Pile tout à deux.
12.
Read it to yourself, not out loud.
13 through 17.
13 à 17.
Yes, many deposits.
Sir,
Sir.
sir,
No?
please instruct the witness. Read it silently to himself,
Oh,
and then after you finish reading it, look up, and then the lawyer is going to ask another question. Okay, have you finished reading
Vous filez, monsieur?
lines 13, what did you say,
17.
through
13 à
17?
17? Mhm.
All right, now listen to the question.
Prenez à côté question. Can you leave it there?
No, she's going to take it back, and now she's going to ask you another question.
Elle prend, après ça va poser une question.
Listen to the
Was
question.
there any error in what you just read on that piece of paper?
Est-ce que tu as erreur dans le sot qui dans papier là?
oui.
Yes.
There was an error,
Tu as une erreur?
Oui.
Yes.
and what was that error?
Et qui erreur de?
Parce que comme si dans le négoce dit consacré, ça moyen de pas appeler. Donc, tout marché, il doit se donner un comme ça. Comme c'est, il doit pas dans la route, il doit se marcher ça
Because if I understand correctly what I just read, it says that all the vehicles that I purchase, wherever they break down, I just leave them there and walk away.
And it's your testimony today that you never told me that in deposition?
Et puis, témoignage aujourd'hui, c'est qu'on va jamais dire ça pendant la déposition.
non, il va passer par exemple, non, les interprétations de ça.
It's not that I never said anything, they might be misinterpreting what I said.
You were present at that deposition, correct?
Tout est là dans la déposition, pas ça?
Tout à là.
Yes, I was talking.
And you could hear the interpreter interpreting at that deposition, correct?
Et où t'es entendu interprète qui a traduit dans la déposition, pas ça?
Oui, mais interprétation, ça va pas bien.
Yes, but the interpreter might make a mistake interpreting.
And the same way, today you corrected the interpreter a few times when she misinterprets something that you said, correct?
Et je dis à ou corriger interprète là plusieurs fois parce que les bails que c'est pas ça que dit, pas ça?
Non, parce que en Zoom, avec Facebook, c'est pas un bagage, avec des paroles cap coupées, Zoom,
Because Zoom and face-to-face is not the same thing. Sometimes you don't hear the whole sentence. It's not the same thing. That's why it's called Zoom.
So are you chewing gum?
Yes.
So it's your testimony today that you could not properly understand the interpreter on Zoom?
Donc, témoignage, c'est qu'on pas fin comprendre ça, interprète à table du sous Zoom.
non, là, parce que nous comprenons, c'est que les Zoom, par exemple, trois collègues, ou bien en coupé.
No, it's not that I didn't understand, but on Zoom, sometimes the things are not clear and then the phrases are cut.
Okay,
All right, next question.
at the end of the deposition, I asked you if you understood all my questions, correct?
Dans fin de position, demande si tu comprends toute question, non, pas vrai? On that same Zoom?
Yes.
Parce que c'était pour nous, mais pas pour nous.
I don't remember if I answered yes, but I believe I said yes.
And I also asked you if you understood the French interpretation of all of the questions and answers.
Et moi, donc, si tu comprends l'interprétation française de toute question déposée, oui. Yes, I understood that.
And your answer was the lady was absolutely correct. She was correct.
Et on dit, madame, non, ça te dit, c'était ça. Ça te dit, c'était bien ça.
Oui, ça marche aussi bien, mais il y a pas de
Yes, I could have, I can say that what she said was right, but when they're typing it, they may not type it the same way.
Now, you've also sold cars on OfferUp, correct?
Mais ou même pour une machine sur OfferUp, passant. Did I sell cards on OfferUp? I don't remember.
And again, at that deposition, you were asked, have you sold any cars on OfferUp? And your answer was, I did 2 or 3 times.
Et dans des positions, ils m'ont dit, est-ce que tu as une machine sur OfferUp? Pour répondre, moi, 22 ou 3. I believe so.
Now, you started messaging Mr. Gonzalez through the OfferUp account, correct? Did you need a moment for your phone?
Sir, you're gonna need to, you go-
You started speaking with Mr. Gonzalez through the OfferUp account, correct?
Commencez par là, Monsieur Gonzalez, à travers compte OfferUp, là, passant? Yes, yes.
And you messaged on OfferUp for more than 1 week, correct?
Et vous voyez un message, vous faites communication avec un message sur OfferUp pendant plus qu'une semaine, oui. I believe so.
And once you negotiated and came to an agreement on the price, then you exchanged phone numbers with Mr. Gonzalez, correct?
Nous avons négocié avec nous d'accord sur Yes.
And then you and Mr. Gonzalez started messaging via telephone, correct?
Yes.
And you also spoke to him on the telephone, correct?
Et vous parlez avec le téléphone, bah oui. Yes.
And then you agreed to meet and test drive the truck,
Et
correct?
pour d'accord pour rencontrer avec pour conduire machine. Yes.
Now, when you met up with him to test drive the truck, it was nighttime, correct?
Donc là, on rencontre avec pour essayer de conduire machine, c'est fait noir, bah oui. Yes.
And is it your testimony today that Mr. Gonzalez drove the truck and that you did not drive the truck?
Et témoignage, je peux dire, c'est que c'est Monsieur Gonzalez qui conduit camion, mais pas de conduire camion. No, I didn't drive it.
And again, at the deposition that you gave, you were asked the question, and did you then meet up?
what
with-
page? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Judge, page 10, lines 17 through 19.
Thank you.
You were asked, and did you then meet up with Mr. Abner to test drive the truck? And you answered, yes, I met him and I drove a test drive.
Pour tester machine, non, pour répondre, oui, pour rencontrer avec, pour tester machine.
Now, that day you spoke.
Let him respond to your question.
See what I'm telling you, ma'am, is that in all the depositions that I did, I never said I drove the truck. I never said that.
So everything that I have typed up from a certified court reporter is wrong.
Donc, tout ce bagage que me tapé, que interprète qui certifié par le tribunal là, tout ça me tapé là, rien que pas bon là.
Ça, par contre, c'est pas bon. Et puis, la tapé là, parce que, regarde, tout process là, ni les n'ont pas là avec l'investigateur. Donc, toujours dire, non, cette parole, c'est monsieur Gonzalez qui dit. On dit, tu vas pas quand même.
I don't know if they made a mistake, but if you look at all the process and everything before it, my conversation with the investigator, I always said, Mr. Gonzalez is the one that drove the vehicle.
And on the day that you did the test drive, you were speaking with Mr. Gonzalez in English, correct?
Et je vous ai contesté le camion, ou t'as pas la Mr. Gonzalez, on m'a dit, bah oui. Yes.
After the test drive, you were ready to buy the car, right?
À protester, vous t'es parlé pour t'acheter, bah oui. Yes.
Except that you didn't,
Wait,
Et quand on testé, après, je testé.
not after I tested it, after he tested it.
except that you did not bring the full amount of money, correct?
Excepté qu'on pas posé le problème, bah oui. I brought some money, I didn't bring all of it.
Right, you went to buy the truck, but only brought some of the money.
Voilà, acheter camion, mon seulement côté un peu non comme là. Yes.
You brought $1,800, correct?
Côté $1,800, bah oui. Yes.
And And Mr. Gonzalez agreed to give you more time to pay the rest of the money, right?
Monsieur Gonzalez d'accord pour dépenser parce que ça vous payez le reste comme là, oui? Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez wanted to write up a contract, right?
Monsieur Gonzalez, il fait son contrat, oui? Like,
They're showing you what's in evidence as exhibit 1. Mr. Gonzalez wanted to write up this contract.
I'm
okay?
not going to something that's new.
But Judge-
Yes, yes.
Judge, that calls for a legal conclusion.
Overruled.
And Mr. Gonzalez wrote this document, correct?
Monsieur Gonzalez, c'est lui qui écrit ça, pas vrai?
Oui, mais c'est une carrière, ça, on va.
But can I call this a contract? It's a receipt.
Okay.
This is binding, correct?
Mais ça son bagage,
Sustain
Judge, it goes to
Doesn't-
impeachment.
calls for legal conclusion. Go ahead. Rephrase your question, counsel.
Sir, you believed that this document was binding, correct?
ou même, ou pensez que
I'll
lorsqu'il y a un
over-
contrat.
excuse me. If there's an objection, let's wait for the objection.
Judge, that calls for a legal.
I'm going to overrule on that.
You believe this document was binding, correct?
Mais pour même papier, ça a côté signé, son papier qui est engagé, et ou même, et lui-même.
Oui, mais pas ils sont en récit et compris par les choses.
Yes, but it's not a contract. It's a receipt that proves that I did not give the entire amount of the money.
And that you still had more money to pay, correct?
Et côté mon balance pour te bailler, pas vrai? Yes.
And nowhere on that document does it say when you will pay the rest of the money, correct?
Et pas de aucun côté dans le papier ça qui dit qui doit pas le bailler reste comme là, pas vrai?
Non, non.
No, no, it was oral.
Now, that document, we'll call it, also has your name, correct?
Il y a un document ça gagne non sous lui, pas vrai? Yes.
Your driver's license number, correct?
Numéro de licence, pas vrai? Yes.
The city and state you live in, correct?
Avec une plaque autorité, pas vrai? Yes.
And it has Mr. Gonzalez's name, correct?
Il y a un nom, Monsieur Gonzalez, pas vrai? Yes.
And Mr. Gonzalez's driver's license number, correct?
Et licence, numéro de licence, Monsieur Gonzalez, pas vrai? I don't remember. Can I look at it?
Of course. Mr. Gonzalez's driver's license number is on it, correct?
Licence, un numéro de licence, Monsieur Gonzalez, tout ça, oui? Yes.
And Mr. Gonzalez's full address is on it, correct?
Et adresse, Monsieur Gonzalez, tout dit, tout pas vrai? Let me look again.
This you can keep in front of you.
Vous mettez les salles, non?
Non.
Mr. Gonzalez's address is not on there?
Adresse, Monsieur Gonzalez, ça se passe bien?
There's an address under Mr. Gonzalez's name, correct?
Bon, adresse en bas, non, Monsieur Gonzalez, pas vrai?
Adresse, ça fait adresse plus, là. L'adresse dans.
That address is where the place was. It's not this address.
Okay, so that's where the test drive happened.
Donc, c'est là que nous testons machine, là.
Oui.
Yes.
And Mr. Gonzalez signed that, correct?
Monsieur Gonzalez, signé ça, pas vrai?
Oui.
Yes.
You did not sign it.
Bon, pas signé nous-mêmes. I don't remember. I didn't sign it. I don't think so.
You just looked at it. There's a signature on it?
Fait garder, vous devez signature sur lui?
No. And you walked away that night with a copy of that, or the original of that document, correct?
Donc, là, vous jouez ça, alors allez, après tout ça, ou t'es une copie, ou t'es une original papier, ça, pas vrai?
Il parle sur les. Non, il a compris la machine.
It wasn't a copy because we didn't have a copying machine.
So then you walked away with the original,
Donc,
correct?
ou t'es pour original là? I don't remember, but I know I had one.
You had a version of it, right? Because you later gave it to the police.
Ou te gon forme de ça, puisqu'on te baille la police. That's why I said I don't remember if it was the original, but I know I had it because I gave it. But I don't remember if it was the original.
And that evening, Mr. Gonzalez also had you guys take a photograph of both of your driver's licenses, correct?
Et soit ça, M. Gonzalez m'a aidé pour nous faire photo, nous mettre licence de tous les deux. Mr. Gonzalez did not ask for that, I did.
Okay. And he gave you his driver's license to take a photo of,
Et
correct?
puis, il m'a licence pour faire photo, ah bah oui. Yes, but it's not the same thing.
May I approach Judge?
Sure.
Showing the witness what's been pre-marked for identification as defenses A1.
That's not the fact my case of difference.
Sir, do you recognize what I just handed you?
Does you reconnaître Samson Paula?
Oui.
Yes.
And how do you recognize it?
You can probably reconnaître you. Because I took the picture.
And is it a fair and accurate representation of the photograph that you took the evening
Est-ce
that
que
you met
ça,
up with Mr. Gonzalez?
est-ce que ça c'est représentation photo des pour de M. Gonzalez? I don't understand the question.
Same question as the state asked you earlier. Is it a fair and accurate representation of the photograph that you took that evening?
Est-ce que papier ça a représenté photo pour qu'il soit ça? Yes.
At this time, defense seeks to admit into evidence what's been pre-marked as defense A1.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, without objection,
Now, Mr. Gonzalez also gave you a key to the truck that evening, correct?
Et puis soit ça, M. Gonzalez, bon, clé camion, pas ça.
Mr. Gonzalez also gave you a key to the truck that evening, correct?
Et soit ça, M. Gonzalez, bon, tout, une clé pour camion, pas ça? Yes.
And it was a key that worked for the truck, right?
Et son clé de marché, on clé camion de marché.
Pas qu'à dire que marché parce que
I don't know if it worked, because after we tested the car and we came to an agreement, he gave me the key, but I don't know if it was the key to the truck or not.
ça se reconnaît, mais le demande c'est clair parce que
The only thing I believe it has to be it, because we had finished talking, the key was in a key chain and he took it out and used it.
And that was as a guarantee that he would sell you the truck if you paid the rest of the money, correct?
Et ça, c'était comme garantie que tu as bon au camion, c'était pour le reste comme là, pas ça.
c'était garanti de pas vendre camion.
It was a guarantee that he wouldn't sell the vehicle.
And that he would sell it to you, right?
Et que la bonne au lit, pas ça.
Non, non, on est la bonne mais ça c'était garanti comme on peut faire. Donc, là, qui tient ça va aller voir, c'est bon. This is bon clear. Sont garantis.
Yes, it was a guarantee that I was, yes, we agreed that I was going to buy the truck, but the fact that he gave me the key was a guarantee that he wouldn't sell the vehicle to somebody else.
Now, you testified on direct that states 3, this photograph of the truck, that you took this photograph, correct?
Se eu tinha a pièce de qualidade, se eu tivesse usado, oui. I think I said that.
Or this could also be the photograph from the offer up ad, correct?
Yes, I have a photo qui était dans la publicité dans la. It could be that, but I remember I took the picture.
Okay. When you test drove the truck, did the truck have all this stuff in the back?
Lors de tester machine, est-ce que tu vas aller? Yes.
Were you buying the stuff in the back of the truck as well that
Tu as
day?
acheté des machines, camion tout.
T'es inclus là-dedans.
No, I just purchased the truck the way it was. Everything that was in the truck was included.
Oh, so you were gonna buy the stuff in the back of the truck as well?
Donc, t'as pas acheté bike derrière camion tout?
Mais pour machine, t'as séparé, toute barrière que la machine dans le.
It wasn't,
C'est
it
machine, on
wasn't,
peut acheter.
I was purchasing the vehicle. There was nothing, there was no separation.
Now, it's your testimony today that you reached out to Mr. Gonzalez several days after you met up with him in person, correct?
Ce témoignage pour essayer de contacter M. Gonzalez plusieurs jours après il votait pour le collaborateur, c'est ça? Yes,
And you called and texted a whole bunch of times, correct?
et puis vous relevez le voyez message plusieurs fois. Yeah.
You don't have copies of those text messages here today with you, correct?
Est-ce que vous avez copié message texte ça avec vous?
Non, sont pas simples.
I would have to look for that.
Well, you don't have screenshots of those phone calls here with you today either, correct?
Mais vous pas faire photo de appel yo, pas gagner avec vous là.
Non, deux sont chapeaux, puis pas
I screenshotted everything to give to the investigator, but I don't know if I still have them.
You've actually changed your number since your conversations with Mr. Gonzalez, correct?
Bon, je vais le numéro de après conversation fait avec M. Gonzalez sur la route.
Have you changed your phone number since your conversations with Mr. Gonzalez?
Ou changer numéro de téléphone ou après tout film par là, M. Gonzalez ça.
Pas de son mes interprétations sont pas. C'est comme ça, c'est chapeau.
I think it's a misinterpretation. I never changed my number. Mr. Gonzalez changed his number.
Now, it's your testimony today that you also gave all of the messages in your offer up account to the investigator, correct?
Et témoignage, c'est pour débattre tout le temps de capter dans notre plateau de travail, investigateur. I believe I gave him all the messages on offer up and all the messages on.
And you do not have that offer up account anymore, correct?
Eu paguei quanto ça no offer up. I don't have that account, but I have another account.
You've had to change your account a few times since your contact with Mr. Gonzalez, correct?
J'ai changé compte plusieurs fois depuis notre contact avec M. Gonzalez. If I change my account several times,
Yes.
maybe 2 or 3 times.
One moment, Judge.
Sure.
You mind if I move like a check?
That's fine. That's fine. Two issues. Veterans for Monday. So all the it's to be addressed. I sent it to the lawyers. All the paperwork at the transfer done. I sent it to Chris as well. So what is the unit? I just wanted to give you a heads up to make sure those cases are on the new cases for London, not just the ones that are being. Okay, the two new ones? There's 2 new ones. The lawyers know about it immediately. Counsel, did you have, I'm sorry,
Yes, Judge, I was just waiting.
that's fine.
I have the conversation.
All right, excuse me for a minute. What are you looking at, sir? Sir, I want you to turn your phone off, please.
Because she asked me about.
Sir, I need you to turn your phone off, put your phone away. Thank you very much. Counsel, you have any other questions?
Yes, Judge. Mr. February, when you met with the police, you spoke to them in English, correct? Yes. And you understood everything the police were saying to you?
C'était pour moi tout ça, la police a fait. Yes,
And when you met with Mr. Gonzalez, you spoke to him in English, correct?
yes.
And you understood everything he was saying to you?
Eu comando tout ça, yes.
And when you met with the investigator, he actually recorded your conversation, correct?
Yes,
Now, I just want to go back to you changing your phone number. It's your testimony today that your phone number is still the same?
I've never changed this.
C'est ça. Soit bloqué ou méchant. Parce que amener le téléphone ou le document.
Abner. I believe Abner is either blocked me or changed his phone number.
And at the deposition with me, you were asked the messages.
Page, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Judge. Page 8,
Mhm.
line 25, going into page 9, line 4.
All right, thank you, Counselor.
The messages between you and Mr. Abner. Can you go into your OfferUp account right now and still view those messages? And you answered, because I have a new phone number and I have a new account with OfferUp, no.
I don't think I said that.
Okay, so again, this was wrong, what I have here.
Parce que ça me dit bien, ils changer. On va pas 40, mais c'est ça vient tester 5.
I said I have a new account, but I still have the same phone number. I've had this number for 5 years. More than 5 years.
And in this situation, you never filed a lawsuit in civil court, correct?
No.
Nothing further, Judge.
Any redirect? Mm-hmm.
Mr. February, English is your second language?
Monsieur February, anglais c'est deuxième langue. I can't say that because I don't really speak English very well.
So your first and really only language is Creole?
Donc, première langue et seule langue, c'est créole.
You understand Creole the most?
Vous comprenez créole plus? Yes, I do.
So for every official court setting you've had, you have to have an interpreter.
Donc, chaque fois qu'on vient dans le tribunal de personnes officielles, il faut au moins interprète.
Parce que termio en anglais, pas vraiment.
Yeah, because some of the terms in English, I really don't know what they mean.
Is it difficult speaking to an interpreter?
C'est difficile pour parler avec interprète là. I understand the interpreter.
Is it difficult to have everything you say interpreted?
Est-ce que
Sustain.
Mr. February, this happened a long time ago, this incident.
Monsieur February, ça a passé il y a longtemps, incident là. I think a year.
You remember every single detail?
Détaillé. Some I remember, some I don't.
Specifically this incident, when you spoke about when you would pay the remaining amount, was that orally or did you write that down?
Particulièrement lors du l'exploitation, là où des vraiment bien écrit. I think it was written on the receipt that I still had a balance of $700.
When you both agreed to pay it within the week, did you agree to that orally or did you write that down?
Non, mais là, nous sommes d'accord pour t'en parler l'argent pour semaine. Nous écrit ça sur papier, bien c'est oralement seulement. No, just oral.
When you took the pictures of the driver's license and the receipt, was that your idea?
Là, on fait photo reçue avec licence. C'est vous-même qui t'es pensé à ça? Ah, yes, it was mine.
Nothing further.
All right, very well. The witness is excused. Thank you, sir.
Can I say something?
No, you're excused. Thank you so much, sir. There's no question pending. Thank you, sir. You can speak with the attorneys afterwards outside if you wish. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Did the witness speak fully excused?
I'm gonna excuse him as long as we don't need him any longer, but, all right. All right, let's see, how about if we take, a very short, Robert? Robert? Thank you. Let's take a very short break. We're gonna take, the jurors and take a short break. Please don't discuss this case. And I also need to discuss with you the issue of note-taking, which I did not discuss earlier. Each of you were given a notepad to take notes on if you wish to take notes. And you're to rely on your independent recollection of the evidence as presented to you, not to get wrapped up in your taking of notes that you aren't paying full attention to what is happening in the courtroom and listening to the testimony. Notes are to be used only as an aid to help you recall what you received as evidence in the courtroom. All right, you can put your notepads inside the envelopes. Leave them at your seats if you would, please. And again, I remind you not to discuss this case. Anything that you've heard so far or seen so far with each other will take 10 minutes. Thank you.
All right,
I did. All right. Jury's coming in. Thank you. All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Everyone, please be seated. State, would you call your next witness, please?
Yes, Your Honor, the state called Detective Perez from the Dade Police Department. Yeah, permission to move the podium. I
We're,
don't go too far, I'm just trying to angle a little better.
I think you're okay, just as long as we can hear you well.
I've never
And,
had that issue, Your Honor.
okay. Sir, would you please step forward? Come forward, please. In front of my clerk, raise your right hand and be sworn.
You solemnly swear affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, sir? Yes.
Come on over here, if you would, to the witness stand, and please have a seat.
Thank you, Judge.
Hello, thank you for your patience. I'm going to ask you, please, to keep your voice nice and loud and speak into the microphone.
Okay,
Very good. Thank you, sir.
yep, thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Detective. Can you introduce yourself to the jury?
Good afternoon, my name is Fernando Perez. I'm a detective with the Medley Police Department.
Detective, were you assigned any special unit, anything like that?
It's General Investigations Unit. And I'm also a task force officer with the FBI.
What falls under general investigations?
Everything, we conduct investigations on everything except homicides or sex-backed crimes.
And how long have you been a detective with the Medley Police Department?
It was 7 years now. I mean, actually, a detective, 7 years now. I think in June or July, it'll be 7 years.
And for the jury, where in Miami-Dade County is Medley?
Medley is a small town in between Miami Springs and Doral. So we got Miami Springs to our east, Doral to our west, Hialeah to our north.
How would you describe the area?
It's about 2x4, it's 8 square miles. It's mostly commercial area.
Overruled.
Okay, detective. When did you first get notified of this case?
I was assigned the case on or about June 5th of 2020.
And can you talk a little bit about the process? How does a case become assigned to you?
So a patrol officer makes the report. It gets submitted up the chain. Sergeant reviews it, approves it, lieutenant, and eventually the general investigations lieutenant assigns it to one of us.
Is it assigned randomly?
Yeah, there's 3 detectives there, so they just assigned it to any one of us.
What's the first thing you do after you get assigned this case?
Look over the documents, get a little familiarized with it, and make contact with the victim.
Okay. After making contact with the victim, what did you do in the scope of your investigation?
Make contact with the victim, talk to him briefly, and actually made an appointment. We scheduled an appointment for him to come in. I believe it was June 25th.
And did he come in?
Yes, he did.
Okay. Not kind of going into anything that he said to you or anything like that, but what kind of happened after your meeting with him?
Actually, prior to the meeting, since it was scheduled for June 25th, prior to the meeting, ran the tag that was in the police report.
Overruled.
So there, in the police report, there was a specific tag written. We ran that tag. Actually, I ran that tag. That tag came back registered.
Overruled.
That tag came back registered to Mr. Abner Gonzalez. It was expired as of 5.
Sustain. Tag came back to Mr. Gonzalez. Go ahead. Next question.
Move on.
You can reserve.
So after focusing in a little bit more on Abner Gonzalez, what did you do next?
Well, after reviewing the documents and going through them, and I actually also made contact with Blue Line.
Instead of going
Which-
into contact with certain individuals, what was your next official step?
As far as looking into the documents and talking to individuals, the meeting with the victim that took place on June 25th to get his statement of what happened.
After that meeting, did you ever make contact with the defendant?
Yes, made contact with the defendant, and he actually came in to see me on the next day, which I think was June 26th.
How'd you make contact with him?
Over the phone. It was over the phone.
And he agreed to come into the police department?
Yes.
Did you tell him why he was coming in?
I might have told him why it was, I needed to talk to him. Basically, it's about the case.
So he came in willingly?
Yes.
And did he agree to talk to you?
Yes.
Okay. Did you Mirandize the defendant?
Yes, it was Miranda performed.
Okay, let's break that up a little bit.
Mhm.
What is Miranda?
The Miranda rights is he has a right to an attorney. He has a right to talk to me if he does not choose to do so. There's several questions that he understands his rights, and at the end of the day, he waived them, signed it, and said that he would speak to me.
And what is perform?
Perform is just a paper where the rights are written, and we go individually one per, just down the line, if you will, of the rights that he understands them. He checks on a box. He puts his initials that he understands his rights.
And is this did you write this form? Where does this form come from?
No, this is a standard form that the Medley Police Department uses.
For the record, Your Honor, Commissioner Coach said the witness.
Yeah. Did you show it to defense first? Mhm.
Showing the defendant with 1A and 1F. That was upside down for a second.
Okay.
Detective, you can flip over 1A. Detective, do you recognize that form?
Yes, sir.
How do you recognize that form?
This is a statement form, declaration statement form that the defendant filled out.
How do you know that?
He filled it out in front of me.
And does that form in front of you fairly and accurately depict the form you saw him fill out on that day?
Yes, this is the exact form. Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves into evidence. State's Exhibit 1A, and per stipulation, it's companion 1F.
Counsel?
Hang on just a quick second, but we object to lack of foundation and ground radar.
All right, I'm gonna overrule.
One A marked ID from states 4 in evidence. One F marked ID from states 5 in evidence.
Permission to publish to the jury, Your Honor.
You may.
Thank you. Check the read it back to you. Detective, looking at the form that you saw created, what is that form?
The statement form?
Yes.
It is a Medley Police Department declaration form where he provided a statement to what happened
And who is that statement taken by?
by me.
Was that statement in any way recorded?
No,
What language is that statement written in?
it's in Spanish.
And do you speak Spanish?
Yes.
Is it common that statements will be given in Spanish?
Yes.
State Exhibit 1F is a certified translation of that statement. I'm going to have you go through that statement with me in a second. We also have demonstrative copies for the jury. It's a very small.
Robert?
So Robert, I'm going to take you back afterwards.
Your Honor, objection, that speaks for itself.
Jury can have it to follow along. Over objection.
Yes.
Does everyone have a copy?
No, I think I'm down on. Governor, do you have the copy of keys?
I do.
I think I may have been overzealous.
Here we go.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Okay.
All right, let me read an instruction to the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, there's a document provided to you as an exhibit, which is in the Spanish language. But the evidence you're to consider is only that has been translated from Spanish into English, so the English copy of that. Although some of you may know Spanish, it is important that you all consider the same evidence. Therefore, you must accept the English translation and disregard any other meaning. However, if you believe there's any inaccuracy in the translation from the Spanish document into the English, you should bring that to the court's attention by raising your hand as the questions are being asked and the answers provided by the witness. Don't say anything out loud. Don't make any comments about your interpretation of the Spanish or otherwise share any concerns with any other jurors. I will take steps to see if I can answer your question and clarify any discrepancy. If, however, after such efforts, a discrepancy still remains, you must rely only upon the English translation as provided in the documents and in evidence that's been provided to you, and disregard any contrary interpretation. Go ahead.
So Detective, when the defendant comes and speaks to you, what does he tell you?
He first started out by saying that that he doesn't know, why he's actually here. It's actually civil matter that if he wants his money back, he can sue him.
Then what?
Basically, I have to explain to him. He later admitted to selling the truck to someone else. He felt sorry about it. He apologized, and that's what he wrote down on paper here.
All right, overruled. Question.
After kind of speaking to the defendant, what is the next process you're taking in your investigation?
After speaking to the defendant, he provided the written statement here. He was arrested that day.
Why did you arrest him that day?
Because he knowingly took $1,800 from the victim, of a balance of $700 was remaining. He never called the victim to return the money.
Overruled.
I'll move on.
Go ahead.
Officer, does your department deal in lawsuits?
No,
Do you guys deal in civil issues?
no.
Brief moment to confer, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Detective, I do want to go back to the statement and the conversation you do have with the defendant.
Okay.
In the course of that conversation, you said the defendant told you he sold the vehicle to someone else.
Yes.
Can you kind of elaborate more on kind of how that conversation went?
I don't know how we got to that part of how he sold the vehicle to someone else. Maybe he was confronted at that time with the David.
Sustain.
Do you know, based off of your recollection of events, a timetable told to you by the defendant?
I don't understand the question. What do you mean a timetable?
Did the defendant speak to you kind of about the different steps throughout this, like when the car was sold kind of thing?
This car, there was actually a receipt, a bill of sale, that was dated May 21st.
Overruled.
That bill of sale is dated May 21st. It has the victim's information, the defendant's information, driver's license number, the last four of the VIN of the car. It's for $2,500, $1,800 deposit with a $700 balance remaining.
Permission to approach camera.
You may.
For the record, I'm showing the defendant what's marked as State's Exhibit 1.
Yep.
Now, do you recognize that document?
Yes, sir.
Is that, and the demonstrator again associated with Exhibit 1, is that the bill of sale you're talking about?
Yes, sir.
Did the defendant present you with this?
No, the victim presented me with this.
Did you show this to the defendant?
Yes.
What did he say about it?
He knew that he sold this car to the victim, and that for $2,500, he knew everything that was on this paper, right? He later apologized for not returning the money to him, and he actually sold that vehicle on June 1st to someone else.
Overruled.
And detective, do you ever interact with the vehicle, see the vehicle, anything like that?
On that day, on June 26th, the defendant contacted Mr. Pineda, which is the registered owner of that vehicle now.
Sustain. Come on. Strike the last comment. Next question.
Yes, Your Honor. Detective, was this a long investigation for you?
No,
Was this a particularly hard case?
no.
Detective, in your experience, do admissions generally speed up investigations?
Absolutely.
Overruled.
No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Any cross?
Grab that.
And then Robert, we agree you take the.
Yes, take that back, please. Thank you. Yeah, Council, just remember to keep your voice up, okay? Thank you. You got the mic there. Perfect. May proceed.
Good afternoon.
You didn't have any body worn camera on during the investigation,
No, ma'am.
not during your interview with Mr. February
No,
or your interview with Mr. Gonzalez.
no,
Medley Police Department doesn't wear body worn cameras,
no, ma'am.
so we have to rely on your testimony today
Yeah, my testimony, the
and your reports.
statements, yep, reports, yep,
I want to talk a little bit about your responsibilities as a detective.
yes,
And detective is a different position than road officer.
yes,
You're not out there driving around and giving people tickets.
no,
You're only called in after a crime occurs.
yes,
You can be called by patrol,
yes.
which is what happened in this case.
Well, I wasn't called by patrol. It was the patrol written report that was assigned to me.
You were made aware of this case through a patrol officer report.
Right, when the case was assigned to me, yes.
And your purpose isn't to just show up and look good, right? You're a detective.
Yes, I mean, I just investigate the case that's assigned to me. That's my job.
So one of the primary differences that sets a detective apart from other officers, this is what you just said, that you're assigned a role of investigating, is that right?
Yes,
You're trained on how to investigate,
yes,
how to build a case,
yes,
how to collect evidence,
yes,
how to have that evidence processed,
yes,
and also how to look for corroboration
yes,
or a lack of corroboration,
yes,
to try to figure out what happened
yes,
or didn't happen.
yes,
And you've been a detective for 7 years now, in June or July.
yes,
As a detective, you have a responsibility to investigate an accusation,
yes,
as well as to investigate evidence of someone's guilt.
yes. I'm part of the investigation.
And you also have a responsibility to investigate innocence.
Yes,
It's important when you're investigating that you're not just collecting evidence of guilt, but you're also collecting evidence of innocence.
yes,
You would agree that it would be even worse to fail to collect evidence of innocence than of guilt.
yeah, I would say they're both the same.
You wouldn't want to fail to process any evidence of innocence.
Yes,
You were assigned on this case on June 5th.
yes, on or about June 5th, yes.
And that's 2 days after it was reported by Mr. February.
Yes, we don't get a lot of cases in Medley, and it usually takes 2 or 3 days for it to get approved and assigned to one of the detectives, yes.
You didn't respond to the scene when it was reported, right? A
No.
patrol officer did,
No,
and you were told about the incident after the fact.
I'm only made aware of the incident once I get the case assigned to me and I read it.
And when you received the case on June 5th, you didn't initially call Mr. February right away, right?
I'm not sure when I made contact with him. Of course, one of the first things we do is make contact with him. What I usually do is just go over what's assigned to me, what documents are turned over to patrol, and then I make contact with the victim.
But you didn't contact him the day you received the case on June 5th.
I would say no.
You didn't even contact him the next day.
I don't know when I contacted him.
When looking at your supplementary report of fresh recollection.
Yes,
Yeah, for sure.
Sure. Just read it to yourself and let us know if that assists you.
yes, it says days later.
Your testimony is today that you contacted Mr. February days later after you received the initial case.
Yes,
And when you finally called Mr. February, you spoke about the case.
yes,
And then you set up an interview with him for June 25th.
yes,
And this would have been 20 days after you received the case.
Yes,
Now, we've already established that your interviews weren't recorded on audio or camera because Melody doesn't have audio.
right.
But they also weren't video recorded in your interview, right?
No,
However, you did audio record your interview with Mr. February.
yes,
You recorded it with a handheld video recording device.
a little video, not a little audio recorder. We don't have video in,
So it's an audio recording device. handheld.
yes.
And your department makes this device available for you to use?
We actually got one in GIU that all three of us use.
But you guys coordinate to use this recording device?
Yes,
And Mr. February explained to you his side of the story.
yes.
And he claims that after paying the $1,800 to Mr. Gonzalez, and that he reached out to Mr. Gonzalez multiple times via text messages or offer up or phone calls.
Yes, after he paid him the $1,800, I believe he said he spoke to him a couple times after. And then later, Mr. Gonzalez never answered his calls again.
So your testimony, he reached out to Mr. Gonzalez via these platforms, via text message, or the offer up,
I think it was either text message or conversation. I believe it was, he talked to him a couple times after they met in Medley and he gave him the initial 1,800. He talked to him a couple times after. If I remember correctly, it was in order for him to make an appointment, I guess, to pay the rest of the money. However, that he stopped answering his calls and they never got to that.
so Mr. February told you that there were calls that were unanswered, as well as text messages that went unanswered as well.
I believe so, yes.
But Mr. February never provided you any copies of those text, like screenshots of the text messages or phone logs?
I don't remember any text messages or voice, or if I even asked him to see it. I don't remember that.
Would looking at your supplementary report refresh your collection?
Yeah, I don't think it's in there.
Sure.
Let me know when you're done.
Yes. Yes.
So you never asked him for those text messages or for those,
It
logs?
doesn't say text messages there, but he says he called him, right?
But you never asked him for a copy of a screenshot of the call logs?
No,
You never saw the call logs?
no, I did not.
You don't have them with you today, a screenshot or anything like that? today?
No,
The jury isn't gonna see these text messages or these offer up messages or the call logs?
I don't know, not that I know. of. No.
He also never gave you a photo of the car that Mr. Gonzalez arrived to the meetup in?
He gave a tag to the car that Mr. Gonzalez arrived in. He provided photos of the actual truck he was buying.
So you're saying that the photo of the tag he provided and the photo of the trucks were different?
No,
So it's the same vehicle?
no, the question you asked me was if he provided photos of the car he arrived in, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. He arrived in a vehicle and provided a tag to that vehicle, which is totally separate to the vehicle that he supposedly was going to sell Mr. Fabry. The pictures
Okay.
that he,
I'm sorry. Did that
And
answer the
you got
question?
the photo, and did you ever receive that photo of that tag
of which one?
of both vehicles?
No. In the recorded interview, he provided a tag of the car that he arrived in.
So you never saw a photo of this tag?
No, the photo of the tag that we have is the photo of the tag that's on the truck in question that was supposed to be sold to the victim.
So there's no physical evidence here today of the car that Mr. Gonzalez drove?
No, other than Mr. Fabry saying he arrived in a certain car, and I don't remember what type of car it was, and the tag remember running that tag, but it
Okay.
didn't come back to,
That's it.
oh, okay. Sorry.
Mr. February only showed you that he only had a key.
Mr. Favory showed that he was given a key by the defendant. Yes,
So did he show you that key?
yes.
And you didn't take a picture of that key?
No, we have that key.
Is the key in court today?
I don't think so. It's like the keys in at the police department.
So the jury's not gonna be able to see the key today.
Right.
Can I have a moment to confer, Your Honor?
Sure. Chris, let me give you this. Thank you.
And officer, you never wrote a property receipt for the key, right?
I don't remember if I wrote one.
Would any of your documents refresh your recollection, your supplemental report?
It's not in the report, I don't think.
So you don't recall, it's your testimony today that you don't remember writing a property receipt for this key?
Right, I don't remember. Right.
And this key is in evidence in your department?
Yes,
Detective, Mr. February speaks English, right?
yes,
You spoke to him in English?
yes.
He made his statements to you, the verbal statements in English,
The recorded interview is in English. Yes,
and you were able to understand him,
yes,
and he was able to understand you and your questions.
yes.
And Mr. February never asked for a translator.
No.
Or an interpreter.
No,
And if at any time you had a concern that Mr. February couldn't understand you, you would have gotten an interpreter or a translator for him.
yes,
But you never had to, ask for an officer or someone to translate that interview.
no,
And at one point, you had Mr. February pick out Mr. Gonzalez's photo out of the lineup. right?
yes, yes,
But you already knew who Mr. Gonzalez was.
yes,
You had a photo of his driver's license.
yes.
The next day after your interview with Mr. February, you contacted Mr. Gonzalez.
I'm not sure if it was the next day or maybe the same day, but I know Mr. Gonzalez came in the next day.
When you called him, you identified yourself as the police.
Yes,
And you told him to come to the station.
yes,
And you told him that the reason why to come to the station, and you just testified on direct.
I could have told him the reason why to come to the station. Yes.
And he didn't hang up on you or block your call.
No, no, no.
He spoke to you and he listened to what you had to say.
I imagine we had a brief conversation, but he came into the station.
So he agreed to come in on the phone.
Yes,
And in fact, he came in either the very next day or the same exact day as you called.
yes, he came in the 26th. Right.
He didn't run.
No,
You didn't have to go out looking for him.
no.
Mr. Gonzalez did what he said he was going to do.
Yes, he came to the station.
So you met with Mr. Gonzalez then in person,
Yes,
and you knew he was coming to the station because he had told you he was going to come.
yes,
And you were investigating Mr. Gonzalez for a crime at this time.
yes,
This is a serious crime.
yes,
And he came in and made statements about the incident.
yes.
Yet you didn't coordinate to have the audio recorder available for these statements.
I don't know why it wasn't recorded. We don't record all the interviews. So this particular case, we just had Mr. Gonzalez write a statement.
So even though you had just used the audio recorder the previous day with Mr. February,
Yes.
it was unavailable for Mr. Gonzalez.
No, I don't know if it was unavailable, right? But it was a written statement rather than a recorded statement.
So even if it was available, you just made the decision not to use the audio recording device that day.
Yeah, it's our discretion if we want to record the statement or do it in writing. I don't know at this point if it wasn't, what I decided at that point. But we do either or.
But you made the decision that day that Mr. Gonzalez's statements did need to be recorded.
Yes, like I said, we either record them or we just take them as a written statement.
speaking about the audio, you just thought it wasn't necessary in this interview.
Yes, yes.
So you had Mr. Gonzalez write a written statement, as you just did.
Yes.
But the written statement was a summary of everything you had just spoken about.
Yes.
His verbal statement had way more detail.
Yes, so the verbal statement always has more detail. You can say that, yes.
However, the jury won't hear that verbal statement today because it wasn't recorded.
Yes.
Detective, your testimony today is also that you read Mr. Gonzalez his Miranda rights,
Yes.
and that you went over this with the Miranda form.
Yes.
And this is a standardized form with your department. right?
Yes.
It lists all of the rights you have and making statements to the police as you testified on direct,
Yes.
and you're supposed to sign it,
Yes.
and he's supposed to, Mr. Gonzalez is supposed to sign
Yes.
it. You don't have that form with you here today?
The form was just shown to me. I believe it was just shown to me, wasn't it?
What form was just shown to you?
Oh, I thought the Miranda form was shown to me. I don't have it with me.
And that Miranda form is not in your report today.
I don't know.
Mr. Gonzalez never told you that he didn't intend to sell the truck to Mr. February.
No.
You told him that that was his intent.
Yeah, he didn't sell it to him. He took his money and sold it to someone else.
And Detective, you weren't present for the exchange between Mr. February and Mr. Gonzalez.
No,
You didn't hear what they spoke about.
no,
You didn't hear what the terms were.
no,
And that conversation wasn't recorded to your knowledge.
no.
You only know what you were told.
Yes,
You also never read any messages or any message exchanges between Mr. February and Mr. Gonzalez.
I don't recall any, no.
On any platform, you never read texts or offer messages.
I don't remember, no, no.
And you were never provided any screenshots of any of these things.
No,
And since June 26th of 2020, you've done no follow-up investigation on this case.
no.
And that's because you simply closed your case once you arrested Mr. Gonzalez.
Yes.
I have no further questions.
All right, any redirect? Sure.
Officer, I'm showing you what's marked as states 4. Officer, is states 4 your department's Miranda form?
No,
What does the top say?
this is a statement form, declaration form.
And that's signed Willie Link.
Yes,
Did you write any of that?
no,
Did you create any of the summary?
no. That was just written by the defendant.
I want to talk a little bit more also about what is a property tax?
I'm sorry?
What is a property receipt?
Property receipt is basically a paper that documents when any property is given to the police.
And what is that supposed to do?
Just that it proves that you gave me that document and we have that document or that property, let's say. And then there's a chain of custody with that property. So if you go, like, for example, on a gun or something like that, then it's taken to the lab and then it's signed over to the lab, and it's just to keep track of that document or that property, I'm sorry.
And the victim in this case gave you the key.
Yes,
And what'd you do with the key?
I had the key. The reason being when Yoed Pineda was called,
Rephrase your question, sustain on that.
I guess also my question is, to the best of your knowledge, where is that key today?
at the Medley Police Department.
One final kind of line question, kind of about after the arrest is made,
Yes.
as a detective, is it your job to continue investigation?
No, the investigation is basically over.
In the scope of your employment, have you ever continued investigating after an arrest?
Not that I can recall.
In your job, in your experience as a detective, is it your office that prosecutes crimes?
No, it's your office that prosecutes crimes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Yes.
All right, very well. You are excused, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Stay?
The state rests at this time, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you, please, if you would, if you leave your notepads at your seats, I'm going to ask you to take a break now. Where is Robert?
I think he's walking.
Excuse me?
I believe he's walking the detective. Yes.
Oh, yeah, okay. And you're gonna take a break. I have some matters to address with the attorneys, and then we'll have you back in a few moments, okay? Very well. Please don't discuss the case. Thank you. Thanks, Robert.
When will we do the charge conference? Yeah, she turned it on.